All right, music was a little loud. Boy. And yeah, what's everyone up to? I should probably do this. Okay. Should be live there, should be live there. Let's switch over. And yeah, oh, I forgot to actually paste the today command though. 1 second. Let me do that here on Twitch. You're fixing some merge conflict? Yeah, that's a thing. Get Kraken's pretty good at it. No worries. And what up, Brainless? How you doing? Just to confirm, we're probably not gaming tonight, right, Brainless? I just want to make sure. That way I can have like a plan for timing and all that. All right, that was the broth. Let's get some actual water going. It's already 10 p.m. Oof. And you got to switch towns. Yeah, no worries. Some of them Visual Studio does right from the start. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Is that full-on Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code? Because I know they have a resolver tool, but I wasn't aware that it did anything automatic. Unless you might be seeing Git Lens in VS Code. But okay, so for the YouTube and the Twitter, our plan for the day. The Flue thing is going good. Not me feeling under the weather, but Flue, the framework for, doing agent stuff. Right? But we had some bugs in the web UI. The CLI is at least giving us something, right? And that's what you're seeing on screen. We did some fixes, hopefully, and we'll test it out. We also figured out how to do the fan out thing with OpenCode. So we had Kimmy K3 being the orchestrator, and we had DeepSeek Flash being the implementer. I would love... Oh, and it got paused. Oh no! Why did it get paused? Oh, it ran into a bunch of issues. So yeah, interesting. Let's at least look at where the billing went. How we kind of got some stuff done. So if we look at the open code budget, we only used about 8% of our monthly usage. I think the weekly usage was at 0 when we started yesterday, so we filled that up pretty quick. As far as usage over here goes, yeah, we've got about 400 requests done. Pretty low as far as like usage goes, though. But yeah, there's our DeepSeek v4 Flash. Makes sense. All right, so yeah, we'll let that keep kicking off. With all that work that DeepSeek ended up doing, we're still only at 8% with this. Yes. Sure. I wish I could modify the pattern there, but I think it'll be fine. All right, so yeah, this is all for that like ISO bench thing that we haven't really named yet because we're not even sure we like it. We'll have to give a look at the code here eventually. But we do see this. This is where we left off with the repo, right? Thing. So we're gonna try top level just pnpm dev. Okay. We see this. Nice, nice. All right. So yeah, before we weren't seeing anything in there. And yes, we're at the triage step. I feel like triage should be the first step. Because that's where things go first. So then if we click star, that gets into our write queue. And we can get more details. This is feeling okay. Yeah, that really doesn't feel so bad. Right? Besides just like some simple nitpicks. Interesting. I think we might be good. Now here's something I want to try real quick, right? Because we are on the DeepSeek implementation. Nope. That was a mistake. Restore. All right, so we want to git ignore the repos and open spec, but we'll do this. rm-rf open spec. At least for this branch. Oh, I don't want to commit that though. All right, and then this is feet get whole thing working from top level pnpm dev. All right, so now we remove the open spec stuff. Now we can edit the git ignore again. And yeah, so you began working on the schema library for writing schema-based contracts for telemetry events. Yeah, I mean, do you have like a better description of that? Because I know you talked about it before, and I'm still a little confused on what that actually means. Like you just mean in general, it's like you like just named types for the events rather than them being like all loosey goosey and freeform. Managed to beat Spy? Yeah, but hold on, wasn't that you that posted the overfitting thing? Someone posted an overfitting thing. Maybe it wasn't you. I'm trying to remember. Okay. Uh-huh. Right. Oh, and yeah, we killed the server. So we can fix that. All right, so now this is chore. All right, so we got the DeepSeek implementation pushed up. It's like defining an ecto schema, and then you get validation on the actual events that were produced, that all fields are there, their types are expected, etc. I feel like that's mostly only valuable for receiving them, though. Right? Like, when are you calling, in a JavaScript repo, Zod or Valabot? You're doing that on stuff you receive, rarely on things that you're sending out because you already have the type system. But maybe because Elixir doesn't have the type system, then, it's better for that. More useful on libraries. Oh, I get it. I get it. So you're an application that's consuming a library that has its own telemetry events. But you still wouldn't be consuming those directly. They would just be getting sent somewhere. Right? So at like the ingest level is where it would be necessary. So do you guys run your own ingest server? Or I guess it would be egress server? The thing that takes in the things to proxy to the other thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? The thing that's going to send stuff out to Grafana or whatever. Right? So you might have all your like services sending to one place that does the ingestion and then proxying to other services. Are you guys running that, or are you just directly, shooting it off to Grafana? Oh, so I wasn't aware that there was a telemetry library. Okay, yeah. See, whenever I hear telemetry, I immediately just think open telemetry. Because why would you implement anything else? But I'm pretty sure that telemetry library is probably older than open telemetry. Let me double check this. So you're talking about this one, yeah? Okay, so this makes more sense. Got it. Like, I do feel like it should be pretty easy to support open telemetry as well. So wait, they say that you can wire this, but where are you actually wiring the module? Like, there'd have to be something over in your config file or something, right? That wires up this module. Oh, that's what the logger thing was doing. Never mind. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I see what this is trying to do. Seems cool. Okay, so we just pushed that up. Let's try. What was the name of the branch? Soul implementation. Uh, hmm. All right, so here we are. We've got the repos directory ignored. It, yeah, let's just look at it in a proper editor. So here at the top level, it said our config was going to get overwritten. So this is something I'm finding a little annoying. In the Soul implementation, they didn't actually create a config file for us. Hmm. Oh. So yeah, this thing's still chugging along. Ooh, and one more thing. Hold on. So, skills.sh. I did mean skills.sh. Yep. D. That was the first time I've seen Chrome do that. Interesting. No, I'm not going to do a peck. Dylan Mulroy D slot. Anti slop. That's what it is. Probably should just type slop. There it is. All right. So you were so confused with the name front end design DSlop. Really? Okay. Okay. So yeah, anti-slop is an Oxlint plugin, and this is just a thing to help you install it. I got it. Got it. Okay. So yeah, that's not quite what I was thinking of. Anti-UI slop. Yeah, no, no thanks. Stop slop. That's a writing thing. Yeah, none of these like stop slop or like writing slop tools actually work to avoid being identified as AI, right? Like Pangram will still catch you. You know the right way to not seem like you're a bot in your writing? Actually write things. I know, crazy, right? It's so crazy it just might work. But yeah, I was just hoping there would be something more like code that we could use to like remove some of the slop. Like, is there a good like TypeScript skill or something? Let me get more music on, though. We should just write our own, right? Okay, fine. Let's write our own. Let's look at a few of these at least. I do kind of like this site. I think their logo is awful, but whatever. So this is the actual skill file. Nice, Wing Zero. Hell yeah. I'm still a pretty big fan of Doppler, but I don't know like the actual differences between Doppler and HashiCorp Vault. I hate the fact that it's Python. Like, I almost feel like a bunch of this could just be Bash. Oh, that's right. You mentioned in physical before, too. I also hate the fact that, like, why is this so short? I want to read the fucking skill, man. Send this to your agent to leave a review. Come on. God, the amount of slop out there in the world is crazy, dude. Yeah, I don't know. We'll think about a skill later. Like it's so simple, but I would love to have some kind of just like validation. Like something to focus on code readability as an example. Like this shit sucks. Where's like significant white space? Like this is fucking unreadable. Yeah, interesting. Well, whatever. Let's at least get Codex back going in here. Sure, we'll update. Oh, jeez, just habit. So yeah, hold on. Let me double check. We're looking back at this. We don't have a config file. And the README, I believe, is empty. Yeah. All right, so the goal, we're going to do an open spec explore. All right, so we're missing an example config file. The README is very bare. All right, so yeah, this is going to do the same kind of like cleanup that we had DeepSeek do yesterday. Let's start going through some of this other stuff, right? So we need to get back to the MCP server. Let's see. Why did we have this opened up? Yeah. Okay. So that was for some Git bench stuff we had to fix. That's fine. All right, so MCP server third time is where we left off with this part. Let's go read through it. There's going to be a lot, a fucking lot of env bars we got to add when we deploy. But hold on. Oop. So let's look at this. So it goes into the config here. Where's our Elixir syntax highlighting? All right. So now I really don't think those functions should be in here. And where are they even coming from? Yeah, it's good. It has some very strong opinions about like how software should work. Like it's a very much like let it die kind of system. As opposed to Node.js where like one exception takes down the entire server. Right? Everything's a process and you're just sending messages to and from those processes. Which means that that process could be on a remote server, it could be across the world, you know, it could be just on your same machine, and Elixir just doesn't care. The only thing that changes is maybe the latency between them, which is kind of cool. So we've got this thing called parse positive seconds. Couldn't it just be parse positive number? Like, brainless. Are you out there still? I know you said you need to get some sleep. Like, the way they're doing this, super gross, right? Like, why are they putting functions into the runtime EXS file? You know? Like, so gross. Right? We could move it to like an env module. I could see that. It's not unseen? Okay. Yeah, it just seems so gross to me. Like, it just doesn't belong there. Yeah, I think maybe my opinion for what like good clean elixir looks like is probably very different from people who write it every day. But I don't know, like I would have pulled this out into a variable and then piped it to the down case. Right? Like I would do something like this. Yeah, it feels weird, right? But it was necessary. I get it. I get it. So what we'll do is this will be string value, string boolean. Right? Like, would this be considered too verbose? Right? In your practice, like in the companies you've worked at, would they prefer keeping it more concise, like doing all that logic in the case instead of as a value ahead of time? That's right. You could pipe the case. I always forget about that. Is that really how you would do that? It's not compiling, so I doubt that's actually it. Or it's not formatting, so I doubt it's compiling. That is how you would do that. Okay. Yeah, no, that's clean. I do think one reason I don't tend to do the pipe to the case is because I'd want to like log the value like during like edit time. But theoretically, there's a way you could insert that log too, right? I don't remember how you would do a log there. Oh, you're right. I don't need string boolean anymore because I'm not using it. But yeah, I at least feel this is a bit cleaner. I just wonder if the format. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, no. There we go. And doesn't get env allow you to do a default value? So, like, why would we do that? Like, what the fuck? You're saying you would add parentheses around, like, in here? Yeah, where do you mean the parens? No, no, we don't even need to do that, right? Get env has a default. Like, that was just bad code. Right? To me, this seems way cleaner. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So yeah, just stuff like that. Like, so yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think AI does write good Elixir. Like, do you have a skill that you would prefer? I feel like that's something the formatter should be doing for me, though. No, I get it. I think you still like. I know you mentioned that it kind of takes the fun away, right? But there's still fun in correcting it when it's so wrong. Yeah, I get it, but you have to direct it to solve the puzzle anyway. Like when you let it go off the rails, it solves the puzzle in really shitty ways. Like you should be extra opinionated. But yeah, no, I really don't think these functions belong here. So where do we want to put them? Nope. Okay, now I forget here. No, we would lowercase this. Oh, goddamn you, VS Code. We'll call it just parse. There we go. Module. I feel like this would not be underscored though. What's up, Moshiko? How you doing? Uh, oh, it's yeah, death. Ooh. You just moved to Austin from Finland. Nice. We could probably alias the env utils parse thing. I like the way it reads inline like that, though. Like, even though it's a lot of repetition here, I think just positive integer on its own is too ambiguous. We could do parse dot positive integer. I'm not sure I care that much. All right, and yeah, we got some good sensible defaults. Um, Hold on, it does say we have an error up here. Oh, it's like def mod, right? Not module. Uh, Def module. That's it. All right, there we go. Maybe a little pedantic to care that much about it, but this is a project I actually like. You know? So I actually really care about that. All right, so yes, it added all that junk. We cleaned it up a little. Let's keep going. So brainless. Why do they do this? Right? This is just a hack to get like type safety concerns glossed over, right? Because this doesn't even define anything. Right? That's like a code smell, in my opinion, right? So this is the whole thing here. Right? This is something that is going to live in the database. This should be defining all the props that we take. Yeah, but it's empty. So that's super gross, right? That's like some clanker of the clanker. Like, what the fuck, dude? Shit. Yeah, let me double check how we have it defined elsewhere. Right? This is closer to what it would look like and what it should look like. My question is, what is this at type T actually used for? But at least like looking at how we're defining our other modules, I don't think we do the type schema thing you're talking about. Okay. So we should at least do that. Where did they even do that though? Oh yeah, yeah, like defining. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. What file is that? Cjo OAuth. That is so much shit. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's probably necessary for the spec and all that. And what does impl true do? Got it. Okay, okay. So it's basically just a compiler hint. Got it. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. So we're gonna do a new codex session. Oop. Any module that is a, and how do I want to do this? It is an ecto schema. So yeah, go through and fix all of that. Typed ecto schema. Yeah, I feel like I've used that before. I always forget about it. We can do that as like a cleanup fix. Because yeah, we even have that in Stream Parrot, like old school. But I'd rather just do like this fix in this context first. Most older schemas have no T at all. I mean, the ones I built did. So yeah, I'm just gonna create a repo of skills. I think. Hold on. I could use the skill that helps create skills. We'll see. Nah, you're right. You're right. Uh, yeah, let me get it pulled down. We are getting maybe a few too many tabs in here. So, that one will leave. It didn't dox anything. No. That one we can kill. I do want that around. Do want those around. We can kill Get Bench for now. We've got a shitload of Masijo ones. Okay, SDKs we do need. MCP we will need. That was all the schema thesis stuff. So we're good on that one. But yeah, how you doing, Eric? We'll keep web open. Good, just enjoying the weekend. It is a good one. Let's double check this. Hold on. And yeah, let's clear out some of these. All right, so we got our linear. I don't think I need paperclip right now. Zizmore is fine. Pop that open as we need it. Let's look here. All right. We are ahead of grades.social by 1 million. We're behind. Yeah, we're behind the baselines by about 10K, though. All right, so that's what we were doing over in here. Oh, we can close this because we got the orchestrator. Aha, so I don't think we have that set. The Elixir backend is on a one of our mods server companies called server.pro. I believe they're mainly just a reseller of OVH or Hetzner. But pretty solid deal as far as like pricing goes, right? So I think we're on one of the performance tiers. So it's about $20 a month for the server. Just pretty chill. If I wanted 6 cores and 8 gigs on DigitalOcean, it'd be way more. So yeah, 8 gigs, 4 cores, $48 a month. So it's like half the price. And I think technically on the performance system, it may even be like better CPUs too. I wish they kind of told us. Okay, Ryzen 9s. Yeah. So definitely a much more capable CPU as well. They started out mainly as like a game hosting server company, but you know, they're one of our longtime mods. I like supporting people, and it's a good deal. And I trust that they're not going to disappear like some of the things you might see on like low end box. And what I'm doing didn't need the complexity of like the AWS infrastructure. But okay, so let's keep cleaning up some tabs we might not need. In here, hold on, I do need to do this because I know there are definitely, or I'm pretty sure, There are ENV bars I don't want to leak. Yeah, the post hog stuff. Well, and I should be checking the post hog stuff too. But the clanker said there's one ENV bar I should have set. So let me double check that. All right, so then let's get back to the monitor here. All right, so we completely refreshed. And something I find funny is that, dude, grades.social is actually doing more messages when we first start out until we like finally catch up. I think that has to do with how they're doing their batching. But we end up catching up pretty quick. I think it's funny that we're keeping closer, like, number parity with the actual baseline, though. Brutal brainless. Dude, right? And it probably wasn't even that good. I'm kidding. I don't know. It was like a mod pizza. Like one of these fucking things. Like, that'll be $25, please. It's just bad pizza. Looks like this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You pretty much never want to eat at the hotel. I don't understand how hotels get away with having such shit food most of the time. It's crazy to me. All right, so we restarted the Jetstream's turbo monitor. Let's just double check that. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. Um, yeah, decent continental breakfast or a good buffet can be all right. And I guess, it's not all hotels. Like the breakfast buffet at Timberline Lodge is quite good. Okay. You need to do a reimbursement claim. The damn subway charged you twice the max fare. Seems like they didn't detect your exit correctly. Could have just taken an Uber. Yeah. So the pipeline is still running. It's just the WebSocket that's breaking, which is good. Not ideal. All right, so we got two different problems to fix. Okay. So yeah, increase our WebSocket send timeout. I think non-blocking would be smart. All right, and let's double check on some other stuff. So hold on. We can keep clearing out some of these. Oh, we popped a bunch of stuff open yesterday. Wait, hold on. What was that? Yeah, no, we're good there. Yeah, Kenny, I definitely fucked up taking the Uber. Like, what the fuck, dude? I didn't realize it was so cheap. Here in Seattle, it's pretty cheap too. We just don't have the same coverage that Marta does. We popped way too many things open. Hey, nice. All right, so we popped that open. We still got some stale stuff, but that should be fine. All right, so they gave us some thoughts here. All right, so they're gonna put the send in a separate task. Got it. Okay. The per message memory cost. I think we're sitting pretty on RAM. Wait, now we want this page. Yeah, dude. The turbo stream itself is sitting fine on RAM. Our disk does need some work. All right, so the key decision for perf reasons, there's serialize in the receive task, send JSON via the channel, or serialize in the send task and send enriched record via the channel. I feel like this makes more sense. Monday's going to be weird. First time seeing your brother in 19 years. Damn, dude. That is crazy. So yeah, delaying the heartbeat is a problem. I think that might be part of why we're losing that connection. I feel like we could do the commit. Let me double check where we're at, like code-wise. Yeah, so we don't have anything special that we need to worry about. So we can make this change, commit it, push it, and if we see a failure or something bad, we just bring it back. Okay, so right, serialization, use option B. Um, C-scale, am I upgrading existing projects or creating new ones? I'm doing both. This one right here is to fix some performance issues we've seen. And it's not even like, it's just like connection stability, right? So this like blue line going down there, right? Well, that's Gray's social, sorry. The green one would be us. And we don't see any there over the time period selected, but if we go 7 days, we do see ours on August 10th having a major issue. That's a separate thing, and less can be done about that. But yeah, like there's that August 10th. This is getting really hard to read, but whatever. But in general, you can just see that we've got around, and let's do it back to the 24 hours. All right, over the 24 hours, we have had 100% uptime there. We are hitting almost exactly the same baseline throughput. So yeah, we're just trying to do some like quick stability stuff. You know, we still had a disconnect, which is not ideal. So unbounded Q growth, though. Okay, so yeah, all right. Yeah, we're not using a timeout-based approach, which I think should be fine. So yeah, I think those changes sound pretty good. Thanks. I just like building stuff. And this one is like definitely something required for Masijo, like our main project. You know, like we have to consume the blue sky stuff, right? And we're gonna need to start looking at like other platforms on the AT protocol. I think I'd be fine spinning up another $8 a month server to handle those. Because then it's just another listener on our Masijo server. We are kind of hitting some CPU bottlenecks, which are not ideal. It does look pretty. I mean, it looked really bursty there, and right, like we do see like a spike, but it does seem kind of consistent. This is most likely when we are clearing a bunch of disk space. All right, so yeah, that one's going. Let's look at repo. All right, so yeah, it needs to create and expand the README, all that junk. And what's up, Mert? Oh, sorry, Mert. But been a long time since you've last seen server.pro. Oof, you feel old. Good old free Minecraft hosting. Yep. And if you didn't know, Unknown Sheep is one of our mods here. So yeah, it's good to support. Good to support a friend. He's the person that owns it. He's the person that runs it. And he's not lurking right now, but he does lurk. Yeah, exactly. How's it going since last time we saw you? I forget when the last time you were here was. Oh, it's been like a month. A lot of stuff. I don't know. I won an award at Render ATL. Unsung hero. First time I've won an award, so I'll take it. But I think I also got sick going out to Render ATL. I'm hoping it's not salmonella, but it is kind of like, feeling a little funny in my tummy. Not like super bad though, which is why I don't know if it would be salmonella. Because doesn't salmonella like fuck you up? Like I feel a little bit of something in my throat, the stomach thing. I don't know. The reason I know something's not right stomach wise isn't necessarily like a frequency thing. It's like a color thing. I'd be throwing up more. I mean, I do kind of have an iron stomach. I'm not much of a puker. Like I used to be, like drinking. But yeah, no. Like in general, if I'm like puking from like a sickness, I am fucked. Like it's really bad. I don't get sick like that. Knock on Formica. Knock on wood. But whatever. Let me get more music going though. I'm just worried about the salmonella part because I did have some like eggs at the airport yesterday for like breakfast, like some eggs and tacos. And they also had like jalapenos on the side. And there's like two major recalls for both of those things going right now. So that's not ideal. But I didn't have any of the jalapenos. But how good do we think the kitchen staff is about cross contamination? Especially from veggies to other things. Most people are pretty good about meat to veggies, but very few people are good about veggies to meat. And I've worked in a kitchen. I know how lazy they are. I had a vegetarian friend, and I made a comment about like they're not using a whole separate cutting board for your veggies. They've got the one that's on the line, and they might like move it over. They're gonna take their hand and like maybe touch the bleach rag on their waist. They're not going and washing their hands between each thing every time. Like, yeah, not during dinner service, not when it's busy. So, yeah, I don't know. People that have never worked in a restaurant, like in back of house, they would be appalled. Oh, and sorry, Gazento. So Render ATL is not directly connected with render.com, but render.com does sponsor from time to time. But Render ATL is just like it's a separate thing put on by like the Render ATL group, not render.com. Now, and it's like it's one of the biggest conferences. Like I don't know exact numbers, but I feel like in the past they've bragged about like 4 or 5,000 people, like 5,000 like tickets sold, and they started it like during COVID, which is crazy. So yeah, Justin, the guy that puts it on, he's awesome. Yeah, I mean every conference is an AI conference now. Even Cascadia JS, over half the talks were AI. So pretty much any conference, you're going to get too much AI shit. But yeah, Render was very heavy on the AI stuff this year. All right, let's keep looking at this. So yeah, we're going to do those things. A root daemon script. I like that more than just dev. Just went to a workshop with Zapier hosting like 20 people, mostly very beginner stuff, not particularly useful. Yeah, I want to be careful how I phrase this. But Render ATL, I would say at least half of the audience is not nearly as technical as like the top 1 to 5%, right? Like way less technical. So there's a lot of talks that are catered towards the fact that half of the audience is not at like a senior level in their roles yet. Not to say that they never will be, but you know, I would say the majority of people at Render are early career, which is fine because really Render is all about the party and the chill and right, like keeping people stoked, which it is probably the best conference for. Like, dude, they had 2 concerts. I didn't make it to either one. Parties go where the parties go. But yeah, they had 2 concerts. They had a talk by Killer Mike. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's like Render ATL is unique. There's no other conference like it. So it's worth it just to go once. And honestly, now is the time to get tickets for next year because the prices go crazy. All right, so they're already like ready for 2027. I forget what the prices are. And yeah, they even have like you know, if you got laid off or you're in school or something, there's like a verify eligibility thing. And honestly, this part doesn't matter. I just want to see the prices. So 350. 350 is super cheap. Like they go up to like $1,000. So if you're even thinking you would want to go, it's worth it. Right? Worth it to go early. But non-refundable, but they can be transferred. I've never been to DEF CON, so I don't know. I mean, what is your main like focus? What languages and stuff? Because there's always like the language focused conferences, right? Like GoConf was just here in Seattle recently. If you're really into Go, GoConf is the conference to go to. Like React Native, go to Chain React. AI engineering. I think there's like there's an AI one in it's just I think it's just called AI engineer. That one's in SF, probably worth going to. There's usually like an AI event that accompanies React Miami. So I don't know. It depends on where you live and where you're from, and some of that jazz. Like, what could you reasonably travel to, as an example? Because right, like tickets are expensive. You know what's way more expensive? The flight and the hotel room. If you can do any of those things cheaper, way worth it. There's another one coming up soon called Commit Your Code Conference. And that one's super cheap, $40. $40. So if you're in like the Texas area, probably worth it. And then especially like, try and find people that you could like share a hotel room with. Yeah, exactly. It's expensive. That's what I'm saying. So like try and find stuff near you. I've heard good things about like, and you don't have to dox where you are, but there's All Things Open, I think is a good one. I think there's I'm forgetting the name of it. There's like one in like the Midwest that I've heard is good. You live in LA, so SF is somewhat close. Yeah, yeah. So I would say check out and look for like conferences in SF focused on what you're looking for. Um, I don't know of nearly as many. The problem with SF is there's like too many conferences. You couldn't go to all of them. And some of them end up being like so focused and just like sales pitchy. Like the Vercel ones. The Vercel ones are just like, hey, here's our products. GitHub Universe is a really cool, fun party, but it's also just a, hey, here are our products kind of thing. Like, so I think it's tougher. I would try and focus on ones that are maybe not put on by a single company, because then you're going to get less of the product pitch stuff. Yeah, I think that's like the one. That one just happened, so yeah. Yeah. You got the spelling wrong. No, and I don't know. Don't take my grudge against them for anything. It's more like their meetups. Their meetups are a bad idea. They're going to oversell. Hold on, wait. Do we still have a command? There we go. Yeah, they're going to overbook the meetup and turn people away. That's a Cerebrus thing. I think that is extremely shady. I mean, you should probably check it out then. If it's close, why not? Exactly. The Sarah bus to get to Cerebrus. Maybe. All right. So yeah, we got this one kicking off to repair or like to get the rapport thing going. And really like I don't know, we've got the Soul implementation, we've got the DeepSeek implementation. I'm not sure which one I even like care about or like more. I don't think it even matters at this point. I am curious about like the UI differences that might exist. So yeah, we'll get that going after we kick that one off again. Let's look at the Jetstream again. All right, and then yes, this one. Let me double check this. All right, so GLM52 is a solid model. It does look like we get one more intelligence point out of GLM52 still. Okay. Except when it comes to like the agentic part. Let's go coding index. Oh, and then this is like based on like the agent. Yeah, I don't care about the agent. All right, so GLM52 is in there. DeepSeek Flash is in there. All right, we see DeepSeek Flash getting a 55. Interesting. We only got the one GLM52. Yeah, we'll use Flash. Oh, and hold up. You're excited for 3.7 Flash? Yeah, isn't it 3.8 Flash now? No, it is 3.7 Flash. Good call. And yeah, like sometimes the speed of something is worth it for just its own value. You know, the fact that it's bragging about 340 right here, well, that's not what you'd get through OpenRouter, but I am curious what you would get through like the Gemini tool. I guess it would be anti-gravity now. Yikes, Mert. Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just like how bad of a harness Claude Code is. Like whatever they got in the system prompt is bullshit. Dude, this is great. Qwen 3.8 Max. Not very fast. Fairly expensive. But pretty high up there on the intelligence. But yeah, the cost per task. Spendy. 3827B. I don't know about that. I've heard it's very slow as well. Is it not in there? Oh, it's not in the benchmarks yet? Okay. I mean, I think the fact that you could run this theoretically on open hardware is crazy, though. Like, damn. But yeah, like the 27B, like the dense models, they're pretty slow. Like, they're almost always like way too slow. And there was a comment on Hacker News It's probably a little older now. I think I saw it yesterday. Yeah, this one. This person had a good one, right? Credit where it's due. It's the only the second model after Gemma 4 that managed to correctly reason through one of their private benchmarks. Now, keep in mind they're probably like a local only kind of person. Oh, brainless. Damn, you made him sweat, huh? I mean, you probably deserve a raise, you know? I think we all deserve a raise at this point. Yeah, that is tough, brainless. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you need like a full-time position at a really cool elixir company, obviously. Or you could learn or you could learn OCaml and work at Jane Street and be a millionaire. I just saw a thing. Hold on. Uh it was just like a recent Jane Street thing. Oh, here we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's someone else that quoted this one on my timeline though. But yeah, someone went from like CTO to just software engineer at Jane Street. And then I forget who. Someone posted a thing like, yeah, with Jane Street's profits, every engineer at the company, and due to profit sharing, gets 1 point something mil. Yeah, I don't know. I lost it. So there you go, Brainless. Just saying. Do they take your money away? I mean, only if they do layoffs. But yeah, so I don't know. Quen 3827B looks good. I would wait for like their next mixture of experts model instead of the dense model because they're almost always faster. And that means that it's like it's going to be this mixture of experts. You're like dealing with less RAM taken up per task. So like I know there's like the swapping and all that BS, but I don't know. Yeah, the mixture of experts models are faster. Yeah, exactly. 12 gig card. Oh yeah, yeah. So you'll be waiting a while. Oh, for Quen, like the new Quen, doing any quantizing hurts the result. Yeah, this is actually a treasure trove of like just interesting notes from like the self-hosting crowd. But yeah, let's look at this. All right, so DeepSeek V4 Flash. We are going to open spec, apply change. And let me just double check one more thing. Just want to double check if there are any new models that I might have missed on Olama. Oh, I didn't realize Muse Glimmer was an open model. It does seem like Facebook's going back to some of this stuff. So that's Muse Spark, Muse Glimmer. Doesn't look amazing. Well, I mean, they were one of the first too, right? The Llama models were one of the first useful open models. I'm not saying good, but could be worse. All right, so that one's kicking. How's this one doing? We got the proposal. Yes. I am curious why the MCP servers keep stopping working, but that's not a big deal. All right, so then here, open spec, apply change, and then we popped open a new tab. We don't care about being in this directory for it. We're going to clone down the new thing that we made for our skills repo, because I got opinions. I don't know. It's just habit at this point, Brandless. All right. So then all right, so we got 92% of that left. I think we're good there. Skill creator. So which one's which? I would guess the skill creator is the official OpenAI one. I think create skill is one I installed separate. It's like, what is it? Dot codex. Yeah, so we only have those. All right, so let's read this one. Where did this one even come from? Pretty much just want like the file structure. Okay, so that's that one. What about create skill? Oh, interesting. So don't use markdown headings. Huh. Oh, so this is interesting. There's like some like audit skills and workflows and stuff. Okay. Okay. That one seems pretty good. Were there any other skill ones that we would look at? And I'm still not sure where. I'm not sure where Codex is getting that capitalized one we saw. Yeah, and find skills, I'm pretty sure just does the skills.sh stuff. Like we have that one installed too. I'm not too worried about it. God, I always do that. And just muscle memory. Okay. So, skill creator. Let's try this one first. My own opinionated preferences for writing. Um, let's do Elixir. We'll write it together. Ooh, is there a command for running formatting? Yeah, it's just mixed format, right? Yep. Prefer an empty line between And I'm just going to do these in separate lines. I just want it to run mix format, you know? Like if I have code that wasn't formatted, that's a problem. It should never be that way. If it is, it's probably because a clanker made it. All right, so yeah, prefer an empty line between logical chunks of code. Um, and honestly, some of this is going to be like just general coding, right? Like the logical chunks of code thing. All ecto schemas need an at type definition. You got any that you want to add, Brainless? No single pipelines? I'm not sure I disagree about that. Or I'm not sure I agree. So why do you say that's a no-no? The way I like to think about it is future coding, right? How much has to change if we add another? Like I would consider that a bunch of noise in the diff if it's really just adding another thing to the chain. So I disagree with that one. Yeah. I mean, I think I disagree with some of the core things. Like some of the stuff that we were getting yelled at for, right? Where I would do like an if instead of a case. If the case is only two things, I don't know. Especially if the two things are like true false. I think I actually prefer an if else. I don't like the do colon syntax. Yeah, no, I hate short form. Again, the way I like it is just think about the amount of effort to change it later. That is then noise in the diff. And at this point, we should be optimizing for readability of our code review, right? Even before AI, right? What is the future amount of noise created when you add something extra? Yeah, I guess I don't do much multi-clause stuff though. And honestly, I would consider multi-clause to be logically grouped together. So then it'd be fine because we would have lines separating things that are not logically grouped, right? Like extra lines between versus if it's multi-clause, well, I just have the do end stacked and they're like logically chunked. I guess I don't do the multi-clause that much. Do we have any other big things that jump out to me as like an anti-pattern in Elixir? We can always modify it. Oh, it was in .system. I didn't do an ls-a in that directory. That makes sense now. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, I hit tab. I didn't think tab actually submitted stuff. Just get me out of here. So then let's try another one of these skills. All right, we did skill creator. We saw create skill and write a skill. I think create skill looked a little more robust. If you do long form, you must place white space. Oh, does the formatter do that automatically? Oh, I think I forgot about that. And yeah, this like the whole noise in the diff thing, like ternaries are another one. Are you going to add some extra logic to the ternary, maybe some logging or something? Yeah, nope. Instead, just do if else. I don't like how it's trying to like take the lead on building this. Reviews. Yeah, I mean, no, this is taking the wheel too much. I don't like it. No, never mind. I'm out. We're gonna use the codex one again. Yeah, I didn't trust what it was gonna clank away on the inside. Okay. All right. So general guidelines for writing TypeScript code. Um, that's some weird formatting. Uh, no bracketless ifs. How dare they? Prefer const over let. Um, Prefer pure functions when possible. Anyone else got some like TypeScriptisms that they want to make sure we don't let the clanker clank away on too much? Pure functions you don't understand? Uh, so pure functions are from functional programming. They avoid side effects. So given the same input, they always have the same output. That also means that they do not change anything like a global variable. Very similar to React pure components. Given the same inputs or the same props, the component should always render the same. Not just typed. No. Stop thinking in types. Think in values. Given the same values, you always get the same output values. No modifying global variables. No modifying the window object. Things like that. No modifying props, right? So if you pass in an object, you shouldn't modify that object. You should create a new object with the modified values and return that. Sometimes makes sense. No, it should always make sense. Sorry, that's just like a hallmark of bad code. Really buggy code happens when you start modifying global objects, etc. Like it becomes way easier to test things when you're passing in the things that you need to modify, because then you can just mock the thing instead of having to like do some weird, crazy, like jest global mock bullshit, you know? It shouldn't. No, Chozilla, you really should not modify global objects. No. No. It is bad code if you're doing that. We'll just do objects or sure, record string unknown. If you want to do something like this and you want to modify that object, instead what you should do is return a new object, spread the old one, and then do it. Yeah, even with object-oriented programming, you can still prefer immutability. Now, yes, you may run into some concerns like, well, okay, this spread operator, that's actually going to be only the first level, so instead you'd want to do a structured clone, which is doable. But I'm just making a point. This isn't meant to be like perfect code. Yeah. Performance first is a bad mentality, though. That's premature optimization. This is for general coding guidelines. Your render engine is an edge case, not the common case. You should write for the common case first. Game engines have to do all sorts of hacks. Most code is not game engines. Stop writing for the exception. Right? When you said happens a lot, those aren't the same thing. Writing a render engine is a 1% problem, not a 99% problem. Write code for the 99% problem first. That's fine. I'm telling you, though, that is bad TypeScript code in general. It leads to too many bugs and too many errors that are hard to trace and hard to find. You'll end up with race conditions and all sorts of shit. All right, let me get more music going, though. It's a ligature that kind of sucks. It would be an error if we didn't. Right? We'd see red squiggles. That's what editor tooling's for. Yep. All right, so hold on. What is some of the stuff here that we hate? Yeah, the bracketless ifs. They go away. I hate this ternary. No, it's fine, Mert. It's a broken ligature. Like, it's not your fault. Because not every project gets spun up with TS lint rules. All right. Did it spin this up with TS lint rules? Nope. And for some quick things, it's a little bit of extra overhead to figure out what all TS lint rules you need. The whole problem is this is some shit code that it shat out. It didn't opt for TS lint. We could add that as some of the rules to add. But then, what rules do we add to that TS lint? And then it becomes like dot files. And then you're just stuck maintaining dot files forever. And you're correct, Chozilla, but like I said, it doesn't have TS lint rules. And then I'd have to set up the TS lint rules. You know? Yes, some of it spins up and we got it here in this package, but it still fucked it up. So even when I have it start a new project, I'm going to have to go in and set all these rules. Or, well, how do I make sure it does that? I can do a skill that has these things. And some of these things are like prefer. So like you can't make it a hard rule. So then you're going to litter your entire code base with TS lint ignore, right? Or TS ignore or any of that. Like, you know, some of these are preference things. I'm not saying never use ternaries. I'm saying we should prefer if else instead of ternaries. Now, the no bracketless ifs, that could be a TS lint rule. Sure. Yes, I did, but that is just for like setting up oxlint and all that. Like, I'm good on it. All that skill does is install his oxlint rules. And I don't agree with all of his oxlint rules. And I don't feel like going through that entire list. But yeah, like how would you put this in a TSLint file, right? Put empty lines between logical groupings of code. You wouldn't, right? Like you just couldn't. It's not possible. Some of this stuff we just have to have in a skill file. Now, what we could do is add this. What does logical mean? Let's see. That's a bad example there. Here we go. So, this part where we're doing this ops config, right? These guard clauses. I would say these guard clauses are a logical grouping, right? The logic that they are doing is very similar. Right? This thing where we're doing the provider stuff, that is a logical grouping. Yeah, but it has to understand what the code is doing, and linters don't do that. And the more of those you add, the slower you make your linting. Right? So I don't know, right here, boom, you see all that space? I like this space. I find it necessary for legibility. This is what I mean when I say logical grouping. And probably didn't need that. Is it perfect? No. But I hate the ternaries. Yeah, I would write all of this in a totally different way. The worst offender, though, is the bracketless ifs. And we could do a lint rule for that. So we're going to say here, there we go. Sure. Nope. Let's see if this one does any better. Nope. How about this one? Nope. Because prettier only does so much. Okay. All right, let's look at some of this other stuff. Maybe, Mert. Why did it opt for Claude Sonnet? All right, so we'll let that one finish. Where is this one at? Okay, so heartbeat fix. I always do wonder about Tokyo. I know Tokyo is basically the standard now, but there were a lot of like really cool concurrency primitives or parallelism. Sorry, they're separate things, but there was a lot of really cool libraries like Crossbeam. I bet Crossbeam's not even maintained anymore. Uh, that's right. That's right. So yeah, async versus sync, blocking versus non-blocking. So yeah, okay, that's right. So Tokyo would be better for like IO bound stuff instead of like the CPU bound stuff we're doing. Yeah. All right. Ooh, excuse me. All right. So then, yeah, looking at this, right? Our receive task, our send task. I think I would have written that differently. I'm not sure if I could actually use the question mark syntax to bubble up anything there. Plus, like, I don't know, having the right warning is probably helpful. So hold on, monitor receive loop. Okay, so these functions are pulled out because this is the orchestrator. Sure. I'm not sure I like that code. I don't think I've ever used a sync before. Oh, are these the tests? No. Ah, yeah. Yep. All right, that makes sense. I don't know. What is a sync in this context? Is it like a memory arena kind of thing? I think it basically is a memory arena, right? No, no, it's not. Hey, what's up, Mai? How you doing? It was good. Yeah, yeah. The award was unsung hero. Yeah, it was fun. I do think I got sick, but it happens. I was mainly there just to hang out. Yeah, thank you. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of just like tagged along with some other people. I didn't go into the big concerts, but I did go to the Vercel event on like the last night. It was chill. Got it. Okay. So the sync is basically for like testing. Okay. I guess I should have noticed that. But okay. Yeah, I'll call it good. But yeah, nah, just hung out. Nice and chill. All right. So this is fix. It's in the Rust server code. What do we want to call it? So adjust how we handle. Sure. Oh yeah, and we just wanted to ignore the open spec files. Perfect. All right, so we should see that get pushed up and tested. I think I forgot to run a cargo format though. Uh, thought that should just work. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because we got to be inside. All right, so we'll get that up there. Easy enough. Now, theoretically, what that'll do... Man, yeah, we are right up there with the formatting for that. I almost want to get codecs running on the monitor. But yeah, what you been up to, Mai? I forget, you had an interesting side project, but I forgot what it was now. And hey, what's up, Java Grunt? How you doing? It was good. Yeah, it was a fun time. Have you ever been? Ah, yeah, you should definitely go. Tickets are cheap now. Oh, we did this. Okay, yeah. Tickets are $350 right now. Next tier happens in 2 days. No, I didn't go last year. I went 2 years ago. So yeah, right. Tickets go up $200 in just two days. Then they go up to $750. Then they go up to $1,000. They are non-refundable, but you can transfer them if you end up not being able to go. And I forget what gold gets you. I think I've only ever had a VIP ticket. Like when I went 2 years ago, I had a VIP ticket as well. There you go. Exactly, Java Grunt. Yeah. Yep. And save yourself $700. Okay, so hold up. Let me do this. It's kind of gross. Like, I don't know, this delivering and some of that stuff. So I'm gonna try and prompt it to like clean it up a bit. We'll see what it looks like first. It does seem like we're hitting like full like message parity. We did have one disconnect, and that's what we're trying to fix though. What's another thing I want to do? Yeah, the uptime stuff is a little wonky. All right, so yeah, it's going to recreate the open spec stuff there. Oh, and yeah, we were done with that one. Just close it. So then what else did we have kicking? Yeah, we got this one now. Open spec. Yeah, it's a planning tool. So think of it like any of the spec driven development stuff. There's spec kit, there's open spec, there's superpowers, BMAD method, there's a bunch of them. Um, I think open spec is especially good for projects where the project already exists and you just need to modify it. So brownfield applications. Whereas I think BMAD method excels at working with greenfield applications. That's just an idea. I think spec kit lended itself more towards greenfield, but they do have like a brownfield skill or something. Yeah, no worries, Brent. Have a good one. One thing I will say is using OpenSpec exactly how they tell you to, I'm not a big fan of. In fact, I would much rather do like I use OpenSpec to do the explore because then it asks you questions, it tells you a plan, and you make sure that you're aligned with it, right? Similar to like Grill Me or Grill Me with Docs, you know, like the Matt Pocock skills. It's just another way of like planning out the work to be done rather than letting the clanker run off on its own. But the thing that I maybe do completely differently than they intended is I do not commit the open spec files anymore because like they've done stuff and then I modified it out of band, like outside of a spec, and it went and like regressed my changes on me. So I don't think the specification should be durable. I think the code should be its own like specification, like its own long-term spec. But as far as like just, you know, planning per task, I pretty much run OpenSpec Explore and then OpenSpec Propose creates it, and then OpenSpec Apply runs it, and then I delete that shit. And that seems to be the way that works best for me. What's up, Ideal? I mean, yeah, try it out yourself, right? I bet you have so many ideas that you should probably be like fiddling with and trying all these things out on. I know you got some brand new thing that you want to just kick off. Use a new spec driven development framework for each one. All right, so we got Repoir up and running. We are in the Soul implementation. Let me modify our config. Yeah, there you go, exactly. All right, so then this thing. I think this has the same bug that the other one has. Or had. Got to run for dinner? Well, hold on. What are you having for dinner? This is a foodie stream in disguise. All right, so codex. Oh, I mean, that was a simple one. Some take a bit. Let me do that. And I think actually, let's get rid of this for the moment. Hours? I mean, I would just use the clanker for that then. I mean, the clankers can do that anyway, though. I'm going to do this real quick. How do I abandon a merge? I'm forgetting that part. I mean, that makes sense, ideal, but once again, you can make it a suggestion. You can just ask it what the commit message should be, not make the commit. Yeah, so it made the same mistake as the DeepSeek implementation. And it's probably on my end because I didn't specify it at the beginning properly. Uh, so no one's going to be reviewing it besides me. And also, that was it starting from scratch. So this entire branch, the only thing that existed before this was the README file with only a single line. We created a specification, and then we implemented that spec using two different models, just for fun, for shits and giggles, to see what they would do different. They did most of it kind of the exact same. So yeah, we compared DeepSeek Flash and Sol Medium. No. So Java Grunt, what you're mistaking is like, no, this was an implementation issue between two separate branches, totally separate sessions, right? I'm not getting like repeat errors. I clear context very, very often. I have 84% of context left on Sol, which is only 256K. I probably clear my context more than anyone you know. All right, so eh, yeah, I'm okay with that then. It's interesting how it diverged. We're working on a bunch of stuff. This one right here is to analyze a repo for changes and propose possible blog post topics. I work at GitKraken. We have like 3 projects that I might want to do that with. And there isn't always like a good meeting in which I was told about a new change. Right? Some things are just bug fixes or whatever. So yes, just proposing ideas for a blog post that we can publish is a good idea. This is all open source. And if you're talking about the GitKraken stuff, we have like models that we're approved for. Like they're already approved to use Codex. We have an enterprise license at GitKraken. Stuff I'm testing with here doesn't matter because I'm just doing it with open source stuff. Why does it keep capitalizing the O? That one's a little weird. All right, so that's a weird. That is a weird bug. I feel like Codex just introduced that bug recently because I don't remember seeing that before. All right, so yeah, we're going to create this proposal. Then we should be good about clanking it along. And yeah, my stomach's all topsy-turvy. So I'm not sure if I want to do Indian food tonight. I hate being sick. Oh yeah. Yeah, Fable's like overly strict about what's safe and what isn't, like in a really annoying way. Yeah, Soul is a great model. Soul's good. Okay, so now, yeah, I forgot. We kicked that off. We got this. Okay, yeah, I like it. All right, so we're gonna apply that change. Soul does do some security kind of like riskiness things. Like I can't use any of the modern like Soul or like any of the modern models, right? From like the big studios. I can't use them to do the safety doctor thing of Git bench. So I don't know if you remember, but back when Nemotron did the pornography, right? GPT like refuses to scrub that. Like it sees it and it's like, oh nope, can't do it, bailing out. So I got to use other models to scrub not safe for work content. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. I'm not doing any of that. Let me see. What album should we get? Oh, this one's good. No, man, I just started playing that game, Hell Is Us or whatever. Like I'm still in the tutorial or whatever. Like the initial bit. But I like how, at least for now, it's like really slow going and it's all about like discovery. And there's no like markers or map on where to go. Like right now, it's still very kind of like, not very, but it's still somewhat linear. But yeah, just like all the puzzles and exploration, like, dude, Hell Is Us. I'm liking it. It's probably what I'll play tonight on gaming stream. You started playing Cyberpunk? Oh, you're saying it's janky now? It used to be so much worse. Like, it was gnarly. But still super fun. One mission where you're in a taxi, the taxi got stuck on the highway and no way to reset. Yeah, I think someone else had one where like they got in a taxi and then just left it and they ended up on like the edge of the world. It's always fun. Yep, yep. But it is one of those games that like there are actually different ways to play it, you know? There's no like one perfect build. Like some of the hacking stuff is really good. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Like I'm looking forward to Witcher 4. I mean, the new Elder Scroll yeah, Elder Scrolls 4. Yep, that'll be good. But yeah, Hell Is Us is good right now. And if you have Xbox Game Pass, it's free. I would say the voice acting needs some work. Like it almost feels like it's almost obvious that it was like probably Russian made. Maybe not. I could be wrong. Rogue Factor. Montreal. Well, never mind. Yeah, I don't know why. It reminded me heavily of some of the Russian made RPGs I played where the voice acting is just not good. But maybe that makes sense, right? Like the original game was written for French. Yeah, that's true. I've heard the gameplay is gnarly. Like I haven't even gotten to combat yet. But yeah, no hand holdings, no mini map, no regional map, no compass markers, right? Just traditional, well, maybe not even traditional quest logs. I don't know. I haven't gotten that deep. Haven't even gotten the drone yet. Oh, that's annoying. So yeah, not as many like enemy varieties. Yeah, I don't know. I'm enjoying it. It was free. All right, it's Jetstream Turbo. Yes. And yeah, I mean, I got to finish up Hell Is Us quicker because I really want to hop into Kingdom Come Deliverance too. There's just too much to do. All right. How's the rest of this going though? Okay. This is something I wish you could do a little easier in open code. Like, I want to give it access to a bunch of stuff. Like, this permission required. I want to give it like full permission to some version of this. But it's just so like so scoped in. Right? Like it's gonna keep asking for all that. All right. So we got a few of these going still. And man, we haven't even gotten to the MCP stuff yet. I mean, we touched it a little earlier. All right, so Jetstream. This one's still ticking good. Repoir. State's all done. Okay, so we'll add the apps. We'll add the blog miner config example. All right, we'll add the docs. Here, it says we have OpenSpec get ignored, but we don't. All right, so let's commit what we got first. Nope. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I must have hit escape by accident. Oh, but yeah, we did the amend. I don't care enough. So then from here, all right, so we'll push up Soul implementation there. What I want to do though is we should be good now. It should run. Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay. So yeah, the design difference is interesting. Oh, all right. So we are ignoring data. Perfect. Yeah. So I'm at least okay with pulling it down. Sure, we could add that. Oh, and we killed the server. Duh. It did the same thing though, where it did write queue, watch list, and triage feed. What the hell is the difference? And why does it say posted? So yeah, it did the same thing wrong as DeepSeek. And I think most of that was probably because of how it got put into the specification. Ugh. Okay. So I'm really not sure how I want to fix this yet, but it seems to be something that we did wrong at like the original planning stage. But the whole posted thing, yeah, there's definitely some weirdness going on there. But at least we got that pushed up. Um, dude. Wait, what are you trying to do? Okay. Hey, what's up, Cyberstrike? I mean, I may be wrapping up here soon because I probably need to figure out dinner. And I kind of want to play some games tonight. Are you aware of the gaming channel? I will probably be over there most of the day tomorrow as well. You know, usually Sundays are a day off of this stream. If I was feeling 100%, I'd probably stream tomorrow on this channel, but there's always Monday. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, tomorrow I need to, like, really get some blog posts and stuff going and catch up on just work. You know, I was out at Render ATL all week. I definitely got work I need to catch up on. And pretty soon we got to start working on our slides for Commit Your Code conference coming up. I got to book my flight and hotel. I got work to do. With a topsy-turvy stomach, it's probably a bad idea to eat Indian food, but I really want it. Could just bust out some rice or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's double check on at least where some of these threads are going. I know. I just keep getting hungry. It's like I gotta eat or something. It's weird. All right, so hold up. We're gonna head into the monitor here. I think this should spin up our front end too, right? All right, so here's the changes that they made. Yes, I do spec-driven development. I tried SpecKit. I'm not a huge fan. I'm currently using OpenSpec as my main thing, but this is something I do slightly differently. I do not commit the OpenSpec spec files anymore, or I try to avoid it. Because I find once you've done like some, and then maybe you make some changes outside of a specification, it'll go through and do like a validate step or something and reintroduce things, like causing a regression. So instead, I only like it for like ephemeral implementation, and then I delete it because the code itself is a more durable spec. Like, another way to think about it is if I was working at a team or a company, I would treat Jira as the durable specification, and OpenSpec would just be the ephemeral, like, work to be done spec, and then I delete it. But yes, I've tried all of them. BMAD method, SpecKit, and not all of them. Superpowers, OpenSpec, GSD. GSD was interesting, where it basically, it got to a point where it started like eating its own tail, and it couldn't find its files. It couldn't do anything useful. So that was when I switched over to OpenSpec, because OpenSpec is great for like brownfield style applications where you just have some work you need to do. You do an explore, then you do a proposal, and then you just do the work. I feel like BMAD and SpecKit were aimed way more at like a green field, like you're starting a project from scratch kind of thing. So yeah, I'm gonna call that good. We're gonna ship it up. Why not? I was just thinking about shipments. That is the greatest Kmart commercial ever made. Um, so you haven't been doing a specific framework, you've just been kind of like doing your own. I get it. I think it's definitely worth it to try some of them for sure. But you're gonna find things that you don't like as much. Like I don't think I like superpowers at all. I haven't used G Stack yet, and I could consider that. But I mean, there's a lot of them, so it's kind of tough. There's another one, Moai SDK, and then there's even one more. It's like Paul loop or something like that. Plan something update loop. I don't remember. Been meaning to try them, right? And we got new projects, but sometimes I just want to spin up a project to get it done rather than to like fiddle. Nope. Uh, all right, so we're gonna get that pushed up. And at least so far, all right, over the past, I don't know, it's only been a few hours. We're still maintaining the 100% uptime. We're 20,000 messages ahead of Graze.social, which is good. I think we're only a few behind the baseline right now, which is good. Yeah, they're still showing one disconnect. All right, so I think we're good there. Like, our deploy should be much quicker. We might have to go look at that repo. Oh. Hmm. So we've got a failure on our deploy. And which one is this? So this is TurboStream RS. This is the actual server. Why do we think that would be failing right now? So this one's working, right? Because this is the monitor. And they're on separate machines. So it's really just the TurboStream RS server that failed. And it looks to me like August 8th was the last time we were able to ship. But that's the monitor. So yeah. So we've actually been having some TurboStream issues for a while now. Oh, and sorry, let me read this. So, I recently started a massive greenfield project, but you're getting bogged down in the process and excessive essays Claude keeps writing in your specs and requirement docs. Yep, that sounds about right. All right, so we're going to run that. I may have to hide the output. Give me just a second. Ooh, the sun's poking through. Oh, no, we skipped this song. We can do the Mr. T song, but yeah. We'll figure out another album here in a sec. All right, so hold on. Here we are. So the thing we're failing out on is create directories on VPS. I don't think they're logging anything I can't show, right? They show like stars every time. Okay, so maybe I think I can show some of this. If we go to settings, and thank you for the follow, Drissy. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. So VPS Turbo host. It's technically a secret, so I don't know if we'll be able to see that part. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're going to have to maybe just rotate the SSH key, which isn't the end of the world. And that might be something I want to do off stream. We can make that a tomorrow problem. It's too easy to leak, stuff that we shouldn't. So yeah, I think this is a good moment to chill. Let's at least check on some of these, right? So repo, I think we hit a good enough spot. I think there's a lot of fine tuning on the UI for it that we should do. As far as Jetstream Turbo, yeah, we got to there, but that's where we're kind of paused on that implementation. This one is still kicking, all right? So hold up. Let's double check on some of our usage numbers, which are interesting, right? Not that one. So open code wise, we're at only 53% usage. We were paused most of the day, but we've been really kicking DeepSeek. Another 300 requests, barely consuming any of our usage. So yeah, we could do a shitload of DeepSeek v4 without ever hitting our limits. Yeah, I like that. Well, okay. Let's figure out who we go raid. And yeah, I normally like to do a longer stream, but like I mentioned, I'm not feeling that great at the moment. And I'm getting hungry. Yeah, some kind of stomach bug. It's not ideal. We see Midnight Simon. We see Howling AF. We see Jacked Dev. Let's raid Howling. All right, so we're going to go raid Howling AF. They are currently working on crafting interpreters, their DB project, and algorithms later. Looks like they're on the algorithms right now. Yeah, Code Forces, which I haven't even heard of. But yeah, so all the people over on the Twitter and the YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to stop those streams first.